Good evening, everyone. Time is 5:31. I'd like to call the Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting to order. May we have roll call, please?
Yes, Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Sean Levy,
Present.
Joyce Ruff. The roll reflects that Joyce is absent.
All right, thank you very much. May we have approval of the agenda?
So moved.
I'll provide the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The agenda is approved. All right, next one is approval of the minutes.
So moved.
I'll provide the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The minutes are approved. The next item we have is item 2A, which is our financial reports for December of 2021.
All right, I am slowly getting this up here, so. Are those the correct ones?
Yes, thank you,
Perfect.
Dr. Keyser. So we're looking at the financial reports for December of 2021. And in this month, we did receive about $17 million in equalization aid that I had been telling you would usually comes in the beginning of December. And that gets us through the low point in our cash flow. And again, we did not need to cash flow borrow this year. Okay. We're continuing to trend similarly overall in all areas. And looking at the revenue without grants, changes since last month include an increase in the state sources due to a higher equalization aid payment than this time last year, an increase in federal sources due to the governor's CRF funds, and other financing sources is showing a decrease due to the sale of property last year. On the expense side, really the only significant change here since last month, we continue to see an increase in purchase services. This does include a reduction due to the maintenance contract, but also increased spending due to in-person learning and probably the timing of some payments. On the grant revenue side, again, we're continuing to trend similarly, and there really were no significant changes since last month. And then finally, on the grant expense side, the only significant change since the previous month was capital objects has decreased due to disinfecting equipment that was purchased in the previous year with COVID funds. Any questions?
Is there any questions? All right, I don't have any questions either. So the recommended action is to move to recommend approval of the December 2021 financial reports to the full Board of Education.
So moved.
I'll provide the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that is approved. All right, our next item that we have is item 3A. This is just an information and discussion item of our 10-year capital improvement plan.
Sure. You want to stop sharing and reshare once again because I accidentally was doing the same thing. Oh, sure. That's my fault. There we go. Microphone.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. The first thing I'd like to say is a statement that I say every year whenever I talk about our 10-year capital improvement plan. This is probably the most fluid document that we have. It changes from month to month, week to week, sometimes day to day, depending upon the ever-changing dynamics of the district. Case in point, this past fall, we had a situation at the high school where we had 2 concrete roof panels starting to disintegrate. And then we had a wall at the Barkin Arena, the balcony, start to separate, all unplanned. It just popped up, and oddly enough, all within a 2-week period. So, because we are in the midst of a RFP for a facility master plan, we really tried to focus on just this next year. And when we get the results of the master plan, we will use that as a roadmap for our future 10-year process. I will go over the highlights of the 10-year plan for next year, and I will focus on the primaries. If you'll see, there's a lot of adding access control in buildings, a lot of upgrading, cabinetry in classrooms, remodeling classrooms, and the like. But I will go over the primary focus of next summer. So one of the focuses next year is a much-needed roof replacement at Aldrich. This roof has been patched and patched and patched, and right now we are playing whack-a-mole. And it is in the most vital area of Aldrich, and we are well beyond its lifespan. So that is probably one of our biggest priority items, and we have budgeted $300,000 for that. We've also included some bathroom remodels. I made a commitment to the district last year that I want to make a primary focus every year for 10 years on remodeling bathrooms. And next summer is with no exception. The remodelings will happen at Cunningham, McNeil, and Gaston. Now, of note, McNeil and Gaston, we will accomplish mostly by in-house staff and labor. We are trying to transition from outsourcing a lot of these projects to using our highly trained and skilled staff. At Robinson, we are going to follow Converse's successful main hallway flooring upgrade. Robinson is a sister school to Converse, so we have a really great idea as far as what it will take, and we expect the same fantastic results at Robinson as we have achieved at Converse. Another improvement, which is long overdue, will be installing curb, gutter, and beautification in front of our high school. And that is the part that we have had closed off, and the city has given back to the high school. We are extremely close on coming to a approval from the city as far as what we want to put in front of the school. We basically want to get rid of obviously the big road guards and put something simple for now, something that we can keep in the future, and we can also add to for beautification. And let's see, we also have some other outside projects worth mentioning. If you look at Gaston, we put up a new sign, a new outdoor sign, which was really bad. And we want to make another commitment to the district that we would like to replace all of our outdoor messaging, upgrade all of our outdoor signs. Next year, we plan on doing Todd and actually adding one to Frusen. Finally, we are asking to make significant improvements to the high school HVAC system, heating, ventilation, air conditioning. We are looking to switch from a pneumatic platform to a computer-controlled platform. And basically what that is we are running off of technology that is from when the building was built and actually predates that. And the high school was built in 1950. And essentially what 95% of the high school runs off of is a huge air compressor in the basement that will actually put air into very small copper lines. There are thousands and thousands of feet of copper lines running throughout the high school, running to every classroom, every floor. If there is a pinhole leak, if the compressor kicks out, we have little to no control over the heat for the building. So we are looking at, excuse me, the 500,000 square feet of the high school, like I said before, is over 95% pneumatic, with no way for us to know if a room or an entire floor is either hot or cold until we actually receive a phone call. By switching to a computer-controlled platform, we're able to have real-time status and, more importantly, control over the entire building from a computer or a laptop, from anywhere, from home. Also, since 1950, students and staff have endured substantial heat in the fall and spring, sometimes reaching up into the 80s. Because of this, we have also included air conditioning of the third floor, of the entire third floor. This investment will not only bring a stable platform to the high school, which decides whether or not we have school. It'll also bring so much needed environment for teaching, for learning. I don't want to go out on a limb right now, but I do believe that we'll also have substantial energy savings with this upgrade. Do we have any questions?
So I just want to share with the committee and with the community that's out there. When the district chose to open up the Fund 46, if I'm saying the number right, it requires that the district commit to having a long-term comprehensive plan, which is this 10-year plan. Best practice in many school districts is to do this regardless, but this is a requirement in order to open up that Fund 46. And so the expectation in statute is that the board see what that 10-year plan is annually, and then the approval is approval that you have seen and had a presentation on what that plan is. The dollar amounts that are on here for the different projects fall all under our purchasing policy. And so any projects that end up exceeding that $100,000 threshold go through a bid process and come before the board individually for items. So what the committee is hearing today and will vote on next month is that you've seen this plan and that it is comprehensive and that that extends beyond just next year. As Mr. Winters has shared, the RFP for the master facilities plan, it goes into helping to round this out by doing an extensive comprehensive review of all of our facilities internally and externally, so that if there is something that isn't on this list that should be on this list, that will be informed by that process as well. So with that, I'll open up to any questions for Mr. Winters or myself in regards to the 10-year plan.
So just a question about, like with the various projects, and like I said, I have worked in a blazing hot old building before, so I definitely understand what, going back to school is like, and you're on the third floor, and, I had a book as an air conditioner. You stick that book in the window, and that's the air in. So I have worked in that, and definitely don't want our students or teachers in that. When we're looking at the funding for our projects, all of these funds come from Fund 46, or like when we're especially in light of like the other budget things, where is the source of funding coming from?
That's a great question. And so this is a requirement for us to open up Fund 46. There are some requirements in terms of when you can access those funds. Currently, Fund 46, I believe, only has like $100 in this. So this is actually out of our maintenance budget, not
Correct.
to speak for you, Mr. Winters. But we're also looking at some of these costs, such as the pneumatic controllers and the HVAC can also fall under, parts of it can fall under the ESSER funding, so we can look at those resources as well to address, when those things address directly the learning environments, that's kind of the nexus that the federal government has identified for ESSER dollars. And so Mr. Winters and I have had conversations, and we'll be talking with Ms. LaPointe in terms of when we go to RFP and how we'll do those, set those funding sources up moving forward.
And then of the list, because especially when we consider like the budget considerations that we'll have, there's a matter of deferred maintenance and things like that. If all of what was presented or what is planned, if it was deferred a year, what is that impact or thought about that?
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're asking if we don't complete all of our projects, what do we do with the unfinished projects?
Well, just kind of like if all this is being presented, but like I said, we'll be setting priorities and have to make budget decisions as we're understanding like where funding is coming from. But like if none of these projects were completed in the upcoming year as they are planned, like kind of like you described the roof as being, whack-a-mole.
Yes.
And just like, well, the straw that might break the camel's back might happen. But I'm just saying, like, with the projects that are outlined, if they were deferred and not done, kind of what is the state, or where do you think things would be at?
Well, two things. It is a snowball effect. And the more that you don't do this year, the more you have to do the following year. And what you typically have scheduled for the following year, you have to put off into the year after that. But the big thing, and you're absolutely correct, such as our roof, that is something that cannot wait, that we've been putting off because of past budget constraints. You could quite literally go into a emergency mode. Now, when you go into emergency mode with a roof, figure at least 30 to 40% extra, because now we are changing things on their terms and not ours. And especially now, because there are a lot of ESSER funds available to school districts. There is also the even bigger problem of lining up contractors, because a lot of contractors are super busy, which is why we've always wanted to present in February to give us time to line up the contractors and put the RFPs out.
All right, thank you.
And I'll simply add on to that. I know that in my experience over the 20 years that I've been in education, there have been some districts who have run into situations where heavy snowfall and a roof collapses in. And so those are things in which what fund balance will sometimes have to be dipped into. But it also is that deferred maintenance creates a condition in which some districts, when they explore revenue authority have capital campaigns, in part to address a series of deferred maintenance within. Yep, yep. So,
And you know,
they
and
go
some of
together.
these items are also safety, security issues, the access control. It's paramount.
I scrolled to the bottom just to kind of show that Mr. Winters and his team, when they go through, they try to balance out so no one year is given higher amount than others. As he had mentioned in terms of looking at these one-time costs and being able to do multiple pieces at the high school, you can see that one year is significantly higher than the other, and that's reflective of having a plan and then going to an RFP and submitting some RFPs to this committee and then ultimately the full board for consideration of handling some of the concerns that have been shared ever since I've been here, in specifically in terms of the third floor at the high school and being able to address some of those needs. But we try to, within that 10-year plan, keep every year relatively stable so we can plan budgetarily long-term.
Any questions at all?
Is there any more questions?
I don't have a question, but I do want to say publicly the quality of the work that Mr. Winters and his team have done. I recently visited Converse, and the flooring and the entrance and all of the changes there are beautiful. They're wonderful. The staff are very excited about all of them. But also that when they put in the flooring, they looked carefully at what it was. So the flooring looks very nice, but it doesn't require stripping or waxing. So it's just mop. So that also saves maintenance time for the district in the future. So I want to thank him for all of their work that they have done to keep our district buildings and facilities in great shape. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now I will hand you over to Ms. Smith. You want this?
I'll use mine because it's bigger.
Do you want me to just keep sharing, or?
Yep,
do you-
that's perfect. Good evening, I guess it is. So I'm going to talk to you about the food service fund, Fund 50. As you know, Fund 50 can only be used for food service funding. Currently, we have an excess fund balance that we're trying to work through from last year, but we'll most likely in April be getting that letter from the federal government and the state of Wisconsin telling us that we have an excess fund balance. So what we try to do is we try to use that funding during the course of that year, because you have to return it back to them if you don't use it. So we look at the items that we know that need to be replaced. And like Sean said, this is a fluid document. We could have a freezer go down and cost us $40,000 next week. So we have to make sure that we always have money in there to take care of the things that we need to. So looking ahead for next year, we have not upgraded any of our POS systems or our computers in many years. So that would be the first thing that, we would look at to say, these all need to be upgraded. Our night spot is now 12 years old, which is very hard to believe. The furniture is looking very faded and worn. The carpeting is very faded and worn. And so we would look at that. But if something else came up, we could slide that back a year if we needed to. The equipment and the computers in there look okay. All of the servery looks fine. The training kitchen, all of that equipment still looks pretty good. The trash cans that are at the high school right now, the Formica is all coming off, so I think that we could repair those, so we would repair them instead of replace them. With the food trucks being out and about, and what the plan is for next year is to have one of the trucks at the high school during the breakfast hours. So we thought about putting patio furniture or patio seating, permanent patio seating in the front lawn, so that, you know, when the truck would come, the kids could have a place to sit if they, you know, if they were eating breakfast, or if we were going to have the truck there for any reason. It seems like right now we don't really have any kind of seating. So that's a thought. We did think about doing it behind the school, but the problem is there's a fire lane back there. So we have to be really careful where we put that, because we want it to be permanent and we want it to be sustainable. So we would need, Mr. Winters had, spoke to me about putting LED conversion in the night spot, because that lighting in there is very dim right now. So again, we have computer updates. The frozen floor has been damaged by using chemical, we believe, that stripped the coating, so it would need to be recoated. So that's more of a need, and so we would look at that, you know, at the middle of the year to see, or I mean in the middle of the summer, to see if that truly is what we would use that money for. We're putting digital menu boards at the high school, and then what we're going to plan on is putting digital menu boards at all the intermediate schools, so that we're not using paper menus, and, you know, bringing it up to date. It'll look pretty sleek. I think it'll look really nice. Gaston, we're going to put in a walk-in cooler. We put in walk-in coolers at most of the elementaries. I think there were 2 that we didn't. Gaston and Merrill we serve the least amount of students there, so we didn't really need the storage. But we will put one in Merrill this year and Gaston next year. Let's see. And then we'll put a walk-in freezer at Todd. Todd is our biggest school. It would be nice to get away from so much satelliting. Most of our food comes into Cunningham, Fruzen, or the high school, and then it's satellited out by truck to our intermediate schools. It would be nice if we could just have a delivery right there. The problem right now is just storage. There's, you know, our Cisco truck delivers every other day, but there's not a lot of storage space for freezer items. Our cooler items are okay, but we would like to start by putting one in Todd, because Todd is serving the most students. At BLA, I did do a grant. I'm waiting to hear whether or not we'll get that grant at BLA. If we do get the grant this year, then we wouldn't replace their servery at BLA. I am looking for Sean's, for his advice on the assessment plan. We're looking ahead at that, because I don't want to put a lot of stuff out there if the assessment is going to say something different. We have the furniture that's out there right now, we're going to be able to use wherever. I mean, and that won't be coming until June. All of the serveries in the elementary and the intermediate schools all need to be upgraded. They're all still on the Dover white that we did originally. There's a few schools that put an accent wall on, but it's looking very dated, and we just need to upgrade that. I always put in $200,000 for an upgrade of any kind of equipment, mostly based on energy efficiencies. We want to look at anything that we know that, like McNeil right now, we know that their stove, that we need to upgrade that because of energy efficiencies. So that's kind of a standard, you know, to put an upgrade. We did we renovated McNeil in 2006. So now we look really good in the food service department, but we know we now have to start over and look at some of the things that need to be replaced. We did already replace the cooler and freezer because of numerous bills that were coming in for repairs, and we just, at one point, we just said, we're putting more money into repairs than we are. But for the most part, our equipment is state-of-the-art. It looks good, it's in well repair. We have, a maintenance department that is very good at, checking everything out before we outsource it. So we look pretty good there. So we started the soup enhancement and the Annie's frozen yogurt enhancement, and both are amazing. I mean, the kids love them. It's so nice to go to a school and see that the intermediate and the high school kids get soup if they want it. In the elementary schools, on Fridays, they get Annie's frozen yogurt every single Friday. No questions asked, everybody gets it. And that's being paid for out of food service funds, out of our excess fund balance. We are not able to do anything in the center of the plate because I did talk to DPI to see if there was something that we could do. But because we're under the National School Lunch, you can't do anything to upgrade anything that's in the center of the plate. So you had to go outside of it. So that's why we did the frozen yogurt and the soup. If all goes well and we feel like we need to do the Annie's frozen yogurt into the secondary schools, that's an option too. I did do one over at McNeil because we had one, but theirs is strictly a la carte right now. But it would be nice to use those fund balances for the kids. I mean, they were thrilled over that. So smallware replacements, that's typically, spatulas, knives, pans, sheet pans. We do the smallware replacement quite often, but that falls under Fund 50 as well. We have 3 vans, and so once a year we do have to have, them touched up and, any kind of, preventative maintenance services or anything that's, that we need for those vans to keep them, they're I think 3 years old. So we've been doing that about every summer. So, and like I said, as far as going out 10 years, I'm really waiting to see what's going to happen with the assessment plan because it could change our direction, with where we need to put that funding. We've been fortunate to always have that excess fund balance. So I'm hoping if we don't lose any more students or enrollment goes down, the idea is just to keep the kids fed and make sure that, we have the equipment that we need to keep Fund 50, plentiful. So, any questions?
Is there any questions? All right. So just one question that I have. So how often are we going to be getting updates for the facility planning and the food service planning? So as you guys add things, remove things, how often would we be seeing this come back to us?
To present the 10-year capital improvement plan, it's every February. As we go through projects, it'll be through the RFP process and coming to before the committee and the board for approval for those projects.
Okay. I just wanted to double check with that.
Sure.
All right. So no other questions?
No, and I just want to say thank you to both Mr. Winters and Ms. Smith to share about that. And, we can't overstate enough that food service, Fund 50, it funds food service, and it can't go outside of that. And that just because we have these plans, it doesn't change any of the other policies in terms of bidding, purchasing, all that. So to reiterate the point, as projects come up, we'll make note that this was something that was in the plan, or if this was an emergency situation like Mr. Winters talked about with having issues with a roof or something, how that changes the plan when they give updates.
Great, thank you. Perfect. All right, so this is an item that we're going to, I believe, hold over till next month. So we can continue on which will be our item 4A, which is budget revisions.
So we have Ms. LaPointe back.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Keyser. So the Finance Department presents the budget revisions twice a year, once about midway through the year, and then again at the end of the year to reflect any changes that we've made, any additions or transfers and whatnot. So what you're looking at here is you can see the October original budget that the board voted on, and then any adjustments, and then that brings you down to the January amended totals. So the adjustments to the grants include finalizations of carryover amounts and some new awards. And then under that, you'll see the budget revisions. Typically, we receive the information on the common school funds in January, but this year they were late, and we actually received that notification today. So you'll see the common school funds allocation change in the end of the year report. And then also is the governor's coronavirus relief funds. And those funds, they were a one-time to address the support not given to schools through the state budget. This is not a reimbursement, and there's no restrictions on how to use these funds. So this can be used to help us with our current deficit. Any question on the revisions?
So just as an explanation, the governor's CRF funds are what again?
So this was, the governor was addressing support that was not given to schools through the state budget this year. So this was just a one-time funding to, schools could use in any way. They could buy art supplies, they could hire a new teacher, they could use it, I think as they said, to keep the lights on. So this is something, like I said, it's not a reimbursement like a grant. There's no restriction on how to use these funds. So this comes at a good time for our district.
So $871,574 from the governor to help us.
Yep.
All right, any other questions?
One more, the common school fund, I know you said we'll see it in the next one, but how much is that?
It's just shy of $300,000 for our district.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions?
So just a question, with the governor's CRF funds, are there proposals for that use, or just it's here and we need to make decisions about it?
We have not budgeted any expenses. We are budgeting the revenue, so like I said, this can go help our bottom line.
All right, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
All right. So, got all your questions? Good? All right. So, the recommended action is to move to recommend approval of the 2021-2022 budget revisions to the full Board of Education.
So moved.
I'll provide the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the motion carries. All right. The next item we have is item 4A, which is the telephone system upgrade.
Yeah, so we're bringing this back. We had the presentation last month in terms of the matrix, and provided opportunities over the past month to have any questions addressed. We do have with us, if he's on there, Brian, you're on there? Yep, there he is. Available to answer any questions in regards to our recommendation, which is listed in board docs, that we move forward the acceptance of the bid from Camera Corner Connecting, CCC, for the Mitel connected telephone system upgrade 5-year proposal in the amount of $609,055. And so Brian and myself are available for any questions.
All right. I don't have any questions either. I've heard that this is something that's been needed. So, all right. So, the recommended action right now is to move the recommend the acceptance of the camera corner connection, so CCC, telephone system upgrade, 5-year proposal in the amount of $609,055 to the full board for approval.
So moved.
I will provide the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the motion carries.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so next item we have is the next meeting date, which will be on Tuesday, March 1st of 2022 at 5:30. And we are now to adjournment.
I move that we adjourn.
I'll provide the second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the meeting is adjourned.
50 there, and that's it. Did you notice, but I didn't, oh, it did, okay. No, no, you're. Good evening. It is 6:30, and at this time, I would like to call the Human Resources Committee of the Whole together into order at 6:30 p.m. Could we please get a roll call for attendance, please?
Yes, Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Sean Levy,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Joyce Ruff, Greg Snyder,
Present.
Allison Semro. The roll reflects that Joyce Ruff is absent.
Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the agenda. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by A. Levy, second by Schneider. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. That takes us to item 1D, approval of the minutes. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion by Schneider, second by Semrau. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Let me just close these out. That takes us to item 2A. Would anybody at this time like to make a motion to convene the Human Resource Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility? So moved.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion by A. Levy, second by Semrau. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Dooley, could we please get a roll call vote?
Yes, Allison Semro,
Aye.
Greg Snyder,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Sean Levy,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. At this time, the board or the committee is going to go into closed session. We'll resume when we come back into open in a little while. Thank you.
Okay, so red means stop, though. I'm being a smarty pants.
All right, at this time it is 7:39 and we are resuming open session for the Human Resources Committee. We are currently on item 2B, which is the HR Committee Report, Employment Recommendations, Exhibit A and Exhibit B. At this time, do any board members have any discussion items or questions for Exhibits A or B for open session?
Yeah, if someone could just confirm, I'm looking at Exhibit B for the additional noon supervision. Every intermediate school has 5 allotments for that, but since they don't all come at the same time, Dr. Kieser, are you able to confirm that we are not over our 5 issued per intermediate location?
Yes, I can confirm that. I double checked. This was an open position that is just recently being filled. And so and I confirmed the amount to be accurate for the amount of time left in the year.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, so does anybody else have any questions about Exhibits A or B for open session? All right, so that takes us then, would anybody like to make a motion to approve Exhibit A, Exhibit B?
I move approval of employee recommendations, Exhibit A and Exhibit B. And I'd like to separate out the resignation for the intermediate principal at Fruzen.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Would anybody else like to make any motion at this time?
I move that we approve the resignation of the intermediate principal at Fruzen.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Schneider, second by Semrau to approve the resignation of the Fruzen principal. Is there any discussion?
No, but I like a roll call vote, please.
Certainly. Is there any other discussion? All right, hearing none, Ms. Dooley, may we please have a roll call vote?
Yes. Allison Simmer,
Aye.
Craig Snyder,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Sean Levy,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Spencer Anderson.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion passes 5-1, which takes us then, I think that completes our business with item 2B. And that takes us to item 3A, our next meeting date. The next time the Human Resource Committee, which is a committee of the full board, will meet is Tuesday, February 15th at 6:30 p.m. Would anybody like to make a motion to adjourn at this time?
So moved. I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Semrau, second by A. Levy. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none. All of those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Is there any opposed? All right, we are adjourned. We're going to take a 5-minute recess and then come back for our regular board business meeting. Thank you.
Hey, Rob, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, we're going to get started shortly. Thanks for all the students and community members who came out this evening. We appreciate your participation. All right, it is 7:48, and before we officially call the meeting to order, I would just like to give a brief statement before we begin. These last few days have tested our community in many ways. We would like to acknowledge the grief in our community and the healing that must occur. We all need to come together and support each other in the wake of tragedy and bring our best example because our children are watching. I hope that we can all be beacons of hope, comfort, healing, and growth for our children and families who need us at this time. And again, I would like to thank everybody who came today to participate. At this time, it is 7:49, and I would like to call the board meeting to order. Before we begin, sorry, it's loading. I'd like to just give a quick public announcement. The Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation. And I would like to remind our board members and others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. We are officially called to order. At this time, Ms. Dooley, could we please get a roll call for attendance?
Yes, Spencer Anderson,
Present?
Amy Levy,
Here.
Sean Levy,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Greg Snyder,
Present.
Allison Timmerl,
Present.
Joyce Ruff. The roll reflects that Ms. Ruff is absent.
Thank you very much. That takes us to item 1C, the approval of the agenda. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the agenda at this time?
So moved.
Second.
Sorry, we have a motion by Semrau, second by Schneider. Is there any discussion on the agenda?
I was going to ask if we could move the future board dates before the executive session.
Absolutely. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. At this time, I'd like us to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Board Member Anderson, would you like to leave your mic on for us, for folks at home?
Sure.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. That takes us to item 2A, which is public comment. I believe we do have a few emails, and I believe some folks who are in attendance would like to speak tonight. So I'm just going to quickly read our norms for public comment. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Robert's Rules of Order will be followed at all times. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and ordered meeting and to prevent discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds allowable time permitted for each speaker is prohibited. Concerns regarding specific district personnel are not appropriate topics to be addressed during an open meeting comment period and should be handled in accordance with district policy and procedures. Concerns or questions regarding students are prohibited. Response from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice or agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately, and the microphone will be turned off. Thank you very much for your participation and courtesy. Could we begin with our speakers who are here in
Yes.
attendance? Thank you.
First, we have Anthony Anastasi. And I'm sorry if I say your name wrong.
Thank you, and please make sure that the red light is on for the mic so we can hear you. Are you good?
First of all, I did not plan on being here till about 6 o'clock. I cannot find the words to take this moment to be thoughtful and pray for our community. Quite simply, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of the divisive nature of everybody picking out their differences instead of finding their common goals. So I will do my best to be composed for the better of this community. I wholeheartedly will continue to respect the difficult decisions you and or others have to make. Although I would be remiss not to stand here before you and stand beside the kids that are not here stand beside the kids with my voice, such as two young men that I just met this evening. I have never met these young men before. I'll get back on point. By the way, they're very intelligent, bright young men, so if you have the time, please take the time to meet them. I'm fully aware of the multitude of facts and opinions you must filter through to make these decisions. I first would like to ask you to allow all spectators that choose to attend to do so. And those that don't choose to attend, I respect their decision as well. Secondly, perhaps, if the possibility is there, allow more than 3 spectators per student athlete. I don't know the right number. Actually, I do, in my opinion. And thirdly, and perhaps most beneficial for all parties involved, which I consider that to be our community. Implement a live feed for every event. I see this as a bridge. If you can find a way to do that, when you have to make difficult decisions such as this, that will at least allow others to continue to be involved. But I ask, if you do find that capability, that you continue that. Lastly, I do know who does know how it feels to go through some of the times I have described. I did not intend to point a few of them out, but I am grateful for their patience with me this evening. And it gives me confidence to know who's going to be around when I need help as I get older. Thank you for choosing to be, I'm sorry. I kind of skipped, got the sheets mixed up. So I am here this evening in support of our community and the student athletes that are continually striving to become a responsible member of this society. Quite simply, we all know countless heartwarming stories of the kid that was saved by an extracurricular activity. The thing is, I cannot speak to what it would feel like to play in front of no one and do it competitively. I cannot speak firsthand the feelings I would have had when my family and community came back for the first big game. I cannot speak on how I would feel when they take some of my support net and some of my community away and tell me to just pick a few, just sprinkle a few in. It'll be all right. You know what? These two young men that I spoke of, always been taught to be composed and to not wear my feelings on my sleeve because you can be misinterpreted. But I also believe in following my heart. Jamion and Davion, I've only known you for 5 minutes in the last hour. I said to these two young men, I'll be blunt. I do not mean to be offensive in any manner. I said, hey, you know some white kid that plays on the chains? You know some white kid that plays up by the pool? You know what they said? Yeah. And they mentioned my son's name. I didn't give any other description. I intentionally raised my family in this community with the decision of my wife. Let me be very clear. It was a family decision because I want my children to understand what it's like to be raised in a diverse community. I want them to have opportunities and choices in life. I also understand these are not easy choices to make. I just cannot imagine what these young men and women have been through. And I don't mean to focus on one sport. I mean all student athletes, musicians, all across the board. It's like every time they get knocked down, they get right back up. People need to give them some credit. I was one of those people that thought, what are we going to do with this next generation? Well, if you didn't know, now you will know. This is the first time in a century that we are now coexisting with 5 generations.
I want to thank you so much for coming in. We do have a 3-minute limit, but we really appreciate that you took the time to come in and share.
I want to end with, that was passion, not anger. And I appreciate your time. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other speakers here who would like to make a public comment in person?
Yes, we also have Robert Potter.
Thank you very much. And if you could make sure Ms. Dooley has your address for the record. Thank you so much.
Robert Potter, address is 2518 Hawthorne Drive here in Beloit, Wisconsin. I had a bunch of stuff written down here tonight too, but I scribbled it all off. I too am passionate about my community, volunteer here a lot, coaching baseball, hockey, and other sports. And I had some stuff written down about support nets and everything else, but Madam President, I think you said it best, that we need to come together and support the youth of this community and each other. We need to rise up. And I think by limiting the amount of spectators at an event is doing quite opposite of that. And I think it's a poor decision. Many of the children in our community, including my own, come from divorced homes. Many of those parents have been remarried and they have spouses. So how are you supposed to choose between who gets to come to support the kids? Stepmom, stepdad, who's left out? Siblings, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, grandparents? This is a knee-jerk reaction. It is not the correct one. And I beg you to change your minds. Thank you, folks.
Thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate the communication. Is there anybody else here who would like to speak? Nobody else would like to speak in person? All right, thank you so much, Ms. Dooley. I think we have some email. Is that right? Thank you.
The first one is from Brittany Keys from Beloit. Dear board members and SDB staff, my name is Brittany Keys. I reside in Beloit, Wisconsin, and my daughter attends 4K at Todd Elementary. I am writing to extend a note of appreciation and support. The past month has been an extreme challenge for our community and families regarding COVID-19 and trauma. Community spread of Omicron set new COVID records, and children were representing a large percentage of these cases. With Beloit having an extremely low vaccination rate of 43%, my school-aged child ineligible for the vaccine, and having an 8-month-old with a developing immune system at home, we were faced with an impossible decision: unenroll and isolate, or let our unvaccinated daughter risk exposure and infection. There were no good options for guardians of young children. The one thing that has brought a glimmer of hope and protection for my daughter and the other young children in the SDB has been your consistency with universal masking and investments in additional mitigation efforts. Masking has been shown to be effective in reducing viral transmission, and I cannot iterate enough how thankful I am that our district leadership has taken this science and the health of our children seriously, sticking with these precautions. Thank you. Unfortunately, despite everyone's best efforts, our family did contract COVID after returning to school following the holidays. While unfortunate, challenging, and frustrating, the community testing clinics available to the SDB families were absolutely wonderful. During a time when test availability was spotty and at times days out, the free community testing clinics were a godsend. The clinics are located within school buildings across the city, staffed by professionals. You don't have to swab yourself or your children, and the results come to you within 24 to 48 hours. Registering for the testing and receiving our results was extremely efficient and smooth. Guidance after we received our results was clear. I hope that all families in the district take advantage of it if needed in order to decrease the stress and uncertainty of this time. Thank you again for offering this incredible resource. In the response to the violence of our community has experienced in recent months, I want to end with the words of hope. Community members from across the city are speaking up, and it appears ready to roll up their sleeves and be a part of the needed work. While there are no easy answers, I am encouraged people are coming together with passion and commitment for our students. Our students deserve the best, and our school district cannot shoulder this alone. Thank you again for your work and commitment to all the children in Beloit, and for taking my comment. Respectfully, Brittany Keys.
Thank you very much. Is there another comment?
There is.
Thank you.
The next one we have is from Susan Adams, 703 Milwaukee Road in Beloit. Board of Education. A month ago, Deb Fallon and I expressed our concern over Even Start's possible move away from its current location with all its great amenities at a low cost. I also mentioned the lack of sufficient paraprofessionals, problems with publicity and recruitment, and stated that the website was about 2 years outdated. It still is. The website is difficult to navigate. You have to do a search to even find Even Start on the website, unless you know how to look for it under the, quote, schools tab. And then you need to know to go to our school drop-down box on the right for information for any school. And it is still all out of date. The teachers' names are wrong, and parts needed to be translated as well. It would be great to have a video of the 30th anniversary. If you don't have the staff, ask a high school class to do it for a project. While substituting an adult class this past month, I discovered that all but one had found out about the program via word of mouth, and she'd heard it from a Spanish newspaper. Don't those registering students inform people about the program? If literally no one finds out about it when registering their children for school, this tells me that recruitment is a problem. Since the adult program is for parents of those children, since the adult program is for parents of those with children in Even Start, the main recruitment responsibility lies with the school district. Now that classes are again back in person, I hope better recruitment will resume and that the website will be fixed before the open enrollment period. there is the need out there. There had been 3 classrooms for adults for years, but now there are only 2. You had enough paraprofessionals to assist in the district classrooms. Now you do not. COVID has caused and is causing part of this issue, I realize, but not all. I have heard that Lincoln Academy is actively recruiting Latinx children. We should be doing the same, tutoring the Even Start program. It starts at birth and offers classes to parents. Once we serve that family and serve it well, the school district of Beloit should be able to retain them until graduation. If you want success stories, all you need to do is ask the administrator of over 30 years, Cindy Lobb. This program has given so many families a good boost in readiness for school and a better life in Beloit. Please give it the support it deserves.
Thank you very much.
Susan out.
If I can certainly, according to our norms, clarify if that's possible. Do you mind if I share my screen?
No, go right ahead.
So the question was in terms of accessing the difficulties in accessing the Even Start. So off the district website under schools here, Even Start is right under Converse.
I don't think your screen is sharing.
Oh, there it is. There we go. So under schools, under Converse is Even Start, and then under our schools, we have the overview, the celebration, and infographics and the staff. So just want to clarify in terms of, I know it's hard sometimes when reading, but that's how you get to any of our school pages. So thank you.
Thank you for clarifying, Dr. Keyser, and thanks to everybody this evening who provided comments. Is that all of them tonight, Ms. Dooley? All right, it's really appreciated. It's always good to hear from the community. At this time, since there are no other comments, that takes us to agenda item 3A, reports to the board, which then, Dr. Keyser, if you'd like to go ahead with your board report.
Thank you, and I'm joined in my board report this evening with Board Member Levy and Board Member Ruff. Could not be here tonight, but the 3 of us all attended the convention as roles. The theme this year for the state convention was Forward Together, and before I speak, I want to turn it over to our board delegate this year, who is our backup and stepped in for the 2nd year in a row, Board Member Levy. Do you want to say a few words about your experiences as a delegate?
Yes, in the interest of time, I'll keep my comments isolated to my work specifically as a delegate and representing the district in the delegate assembly. This year, there were 10 resolutions. I will quickly go through them, but they're all on WASB's page if you would like additional information. The first resolution is for safe harbor legislation. The WASB supported passage of state legislation to protect youth who have been subject to child sex trafficking from criminal prosecution for prostitution. Resolution 2 of 10, annual inflationatory, all right, that took a minute, or greater increase in per pupil spendable resources. Resolution 3, funding for children with disabilities. The WASB supports increasing the special education categorical aid reimbursement to levels not less than, it was originally 60%, and there was amendment from the floor with overwhelming support to increase that to 90% after the keynote, so that was inspiring. The fourth was advanced learning. With this resolution, the WASB encourages that schools focus less on identifying quote-unquote gifted students and more on identifying and addressing unmet learning needs of students capable of high levels of achievement. The WASB further encourages district to provide a variety of advanced programming opportunities for K-12 students, including accelerated options, and offer opportunities to individuals such that students from every background are able to achieve at their highest possible levels. Resolution 5 was broadening staff expenditures eligible for state categorical aid for school mental health services. Similarly, Resolution 6 broadened the scope of mental health services that were eligible for reimbursement. Resolution 7, which this did have some opposition, which was surprising to me. Resolution 7 was curriculum and professional training on Asian American and Pacific Islanders. The pushback was unfunded requirements, but clearly in the first sentence, it said the WASB encourages Wisconsin Public Schools to develop an educational curriculum and professional training to teach the history, culture, and contribution of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Resolution 8 was the WASB national presence and or national association membership, reaffirming the importance of that. Resolution 9 was centered around impact aid. The WASB petitions the Wisconsin legislature to adopt a joint resolution asking Congress to fully fund impact aid as it did from the creation of the program in 1950 until 1969, and will also work with our national presence and or national association to secure greater funding of impact aid. And then finally, Resolution 10 dealt with Elementary and Secondary Education Act, ESEA. The WASB opposed a mandate for national testing. The WASB will work with our legislators and our national presence and or national association, the Department of Public Instruction, and other educational groups to adopt the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. So that concludes the resolutions that were before the board and the delegate assembly. Thank you for the opportunity to represent the district.
Thank you, Board Member Levy. The delegate assembly takes place right at the beginning of the convention, and I know that it's a time commitment to listen to all that, so I appreciate you having the opportunity to share the experience. As a attendee for the state convention, I wanted to share, in an interest of time, will summarize the different sessions that I was able to attend. And for simplicity's sake, I did not put this in a order other than how it showed up in the schedule. So one of the first sessions I attended was public participation in board meetings. It was a large participation at this session. And the takeaways from here was reaffirming our commitment in how we have been structuring policy language and being a front runner insofar as creating an email address for public comment and being able to monitor and update our policies in and amongst this pandemic. The next session I was able to attend was from a team from Greendale School District and their journey around diversifying their staff. Much like what we are doing, they went through and structured their hiring guides, established a Grow Your Own scholarship, and working on diversifying their staff first from talking to and assessing how do they retain the diverse staff that they have, and building from there. And all of which are things that Beloit has established and continues to reestablish moving forward. Tonight we're going to be hearing from Lisa Voisin on a primer for the board. Because this board has not been a board that has had any conversations about referendums, and because the referendum process tends to be a long process and is subject to misunderstanding, both within the district, within the board, and out in the community. I attended this referendum workshop, which is, we will have a shortened version of this. It will not be the 3-hour version that I attended with all of the hands-on activities that we did, but you'll be hearing more about that, so I'm not going to say much more and spoil the fun. Drew Holwick, who has been our board coach, invited Ms. Ruff and myself to attend the board alignment session that he sponsored. It was a panel discussion with groups that he has been a part of. It was exciting to hear and reaffirm the work that we've been doing and know that other boards have been going through the same work. And at the end, he invited us as a board and superintendent to the spring superintendent's conference to be on a panel at that conference talking about our experiences. So that was exciting. The next two, in terms of ESSER funding and clearing the air, were great. Our highlights, I attended these because they highlighted work that we're doing here in Beloit. In the ESSER funding, Beloit, Platteville, and Menasha were highlighted in how we've approached reaching out to community organizations, having community listening sessions, both internally with internal stakeholders as well as our community partnerships and nonprofit organizations. Menasha and Platteville have taken different routes. Menasha, as they say, as the business manager from Menasha said, I'm speaking to you from the standpoint of this is everything you shouldn't do with ESSER funds, because they spent a lot of their ESSER funds on increasing their staff with the full knowledge that at the end of the 2024 season, the board and the district have a financial cliff that they're going to have to address, but they're walking into that with eyes wide open, where Platteville and Beloit have been more strategic in being not putting the ESSER funds into the budget so that the community doesn't get confused by how the budget actually is aligning with just the local dollars. The clear in the air, we had a presentation earlier this year about the air quality assessments that we did, and that was highlight along with Racine. And so we got to share that story with the larger community, and Sean Winters, who we heard in committee, was fielding a lot of questions from a lot of school board members and superintendents who attended that session. The last sessions were interesting in that the community engagement session from Marionette was really talking about how they went on a 3-year journey of re-engaging their community and the process. Much of their plan is a plan that we are currently on with our strategic plan and rolling that out. So it was nice to reaffirm that the journey that one school district is on is almost parallel to the path that we'll be taking. The budgeting session was again bared with Cedarburg, talking about state aids, local taxes, and mill rates. And I'll take this opportunity to say, because they stressed it as well, when the school district sets its budget and sets its mill rate, and we say that our mill rate has stayed the same as we did here in Beloit, it was 1010 last year, it was 1010 this year, and you live in a community that's enriching itself, and therefore the property values increase, all the taxes will go up. But it isn't because that the mill rate changed, it's because your property is more valuable. And this reaffirmed that that is the number one question that more than 75% of school districts and business managers get each and every year. So it's something that we live with, and something that we will continue to live with moving forward is clarifying how public school financing works. And then last but certainly not least was a group from Stoughton Area School District, where they were talking about how they went and realign their curriculum using and selecting high-quality curriculum, all of which we presented already here to our Teaching, Learning, and Equity Committee. Using the work from instruction partners and the high-quality instructional materials framework, and Unbound Ed and the Standards Institute and assessments. It was a lot. It was reaffirming, learned a lot of new questions to ask that I brought back to our team. And then the speakers, I could spend a lot of time talking about them, but these three names you should look up, and certainly the first two, Ravi and Brandon, their stories are inspirational, talking about how you elevate youth voice and change that into advocacy for your district and for your communities, as we heard from our public comments. Our youth are our future, and without them and without engaging them, we have it's like staying behind a curtain. You don't know what the future is in front of you until you pull back the curtain and start asking the questions. And Brandon Fleming talked about his book, Miseducated, and the personal journey that he had to go to write that book, and how he leveraged that journey to start at Harvard, the Harvard Diversity Project, in which he goes into his hometown of inner city Atlanta and takes students who are homeless, come from low-income homes, and takes them through formal debate and brings them to Harvard for the International Harvard Debate Festival. And his teams have won 4 years straight. And he talks about that journey, and he's turned it into a whole format in which teachers and administrators from across the nation come to learn, hear the stories, and meet the students who he's coached and mentored. And then it ended with Craig Counsell certainly talking about persistence, and then giving us a sneak preview of what the Brewers season is going to be this year. No predictions, though. That's my report.
All right, thank you so much, and it was really great to hear all of the affirmation, I guess, and I love that we were highlighted and able to present areas where we showed some leadership, so that's fantastic. Thank you.
We've got some good stuff going on here in Beloit.
We do have a lot of good stuff going on here in Beloit, and hopefully we'll make even more. So, good times. All right, so that concludes item 3A. Do the other board members have questions or feedback for Dr. Keyser or Board Member Levy? Awesome. All right, so let's go on to item 4A, which is committee and other board reports, if people have them. Do we have a report for Business Operations and Finance Committee this evening?
Yes, we do.
Great, go ahead, please.
So tonight, in our committee meeting, we had financial reports for December of 2021, the budget revisions, and then the telephone system upgrade. Those are going to be on our consent agenda tonight. One thing that we had come up as a discussion item, which is going to be held over till next month, is going to be our 10-year capital improvement plan. This is giving us time to allow other board members to ask questions about it if needed. There's some key parts to it. So, I gotta look at my notes. So the one major thing with this is that the improvement plan is kind of a living, breathing thing. As things come up, it adjusts. If it gets approved next month, it doesn't mean the things that are on that plan automatically get approved. So that's one thing I want to make sure that's clear. So if we have a big ticket item that comes up, I believe $100,000 or more, correct?
Correct.
All right. That will still come forth to the board. So we would still get to see that, and we'd be able to make that decision. Am I forgetting anything else?
No, as part of establishing our Fund 47, the statute requires that the district establish a comprehensive long-term maintenance plan, and that the board's vote is an acknowledgement that yes, there is a plan, yes, they have seen the plan, and yes, that the plan is comprehensive. So it doesn't approve any specific item. Those items come individually still under our purchasing and bidding policies.
That is it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee, do you have a report this evening?
Yes, the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Service Committee met on January 18th, 2022 at our regular 5:30 time. We appointed Board Member Greg Schneider as Vice Chair of the committee. We received information about the School District of Beloit's Professional Development and Learning Plan, and also an update on our Title I, II, III, and IV allocations and upcoming goals.
All right, thank you very much. Just a quick update from Governance Committee. We did discuss a change potentially coming forward in our superintendent evaluation tool and kind of deep dived into a couple different models. So more to come at future board meetings there. We talked about our self-reflections, which will be in our self-evaluations, which I believe is going to be discussed in a little while, and going forward with our continuous board development. We talked about community listening session planning, which tentatively has a date of March 13th at 3 p.m. at the COLAC building right here for our first community listening session of this calendar year. And I believe that is our agenda. Anybody have any questions?
Could you give that date again, please?
Of course. Sunday, March 13th at 3 p.m.
Thank you.
You are very welcome. Anybody else have any other questions? Awesome. And whenever you're ready, I think next, let me just switch back to my agenda here. We have our both Board Member Levy will give us both the legislative update and policy committee update.
So very briefly, the legislative update will happen at the February 15th meeting. The policy committee will meet tomorrow right here in this space at 5:30. We're on the agenda. We are set to review policies 187, 377, and rules 1 and 2 of that policy, policy 830, and rules 1 and 2 of that policy.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I believe that concludes our item 4 here, committee and other board reports, which leads us then to item 5A, which is our sole action/discussion item for the evening, which is our Referendum 101. So I'd like to welcome I'll just turn it over to Dr. Keyser then, actually.
Thank you, Board President Miller. So tonight we're joined by Lisa Voisin and Rob Demuse. Lisa represents Baird Public Finance, and you have seen her before when she, just before our budget conversation, talked about school finance and school budgeting. Hopefully I passed my test in summarizing from the state convention. She'll correct any mistakes I've made. And Rob Demuse is representing school perceptions. When we had our last conversation in terms of budget and the two halves, expenditures and revenues, the board had asked to get more information around how do you control the revenue authority, and that conversation always leads towards a referendum and the conversation around that. So tonight's Referendum 101 is in two halves. We will start with Lisa, and she'll give us the primer around the referendum piece from the finance side and that piece. Rob will come around and then talk about how does school perceptions work with a district, work with our finance entities to help understand both internally and externally, how do people feel about this, and how do you use that information to inform the planning and the process if at some point the board decides they want to explore this route a little bit further. Mind you, this is a long-term process. Cannot overstate that enough, and so I know that Ms. Boyson will talk more about that as well. So I'll turn it over to Lisa.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be back. I'm Lisa Voisin from Robert W. Baird. We are a financial firm headquartered in Milwaukee, work with about 80% of the school districts in the state. I've been doing this for 34 years, believe it or not, and I think I've worked on almost 250 school facility referendums over that time. I've also been on the school board, so I know what it's like to dive into like deep topics. So what I want to do is really keep it high level, hit the highlights. What do you guys really need to know? What's really important? Because like I said, or like Dan said last week, or a couple weeks ago, we did a 3-hour workshop on this topic. So I kind of, I'm just going to go through the 14 slides and, like I said, hit the highlights. So really, there's 3 types of referendums. And you guys may know this already, but I think it's important to understand that there's a debt referendum that really funds your facility projects. So that's the larger facility projects that you can't afford or pay for out of your budget. Then you've got your operating cost referendum. So you go to the voters and you say, I would like to levy an additional tax for X dollars in order to fund our operations. Because as we all know, with revenue limits being put in place in 1992, your revenues are going up much slower than your expenditures. So many districts, I think over 80% of the districts in the state have already gone for operational referendum and asked taxpayers to increase their taxes to pay for operations. With the debt, your term is going to be a 20-year loan, but with the recurring and non-recurring, that's really important to understand the distinction between the 2 types. This is a decision you may have to make within the next year or 2, as far as asking for additional operational dollars on a recurring basis. So you ask for maybe $1 amount, $1 million for forever. Every year you get to levy that additional $1 million tax. It gets added to the base of the revenue limit formula. And then there's non-recurring, which has a sunset. So you can go to the taxpayers and say, I would like to levy an additional tax for the next 3 years. Maybe it's $500,000 a year for the next 3 years for a total of $1.5 million. Then in year 4, it goes to 0. So there's a cliff there. Just as a really interesting statistic that we talked about in the workshop, there are almost 100 school districts in the state of Wisconsin that have those non-recurring, that the dollars are more than 10% of their budget. So when they get to the cliff, they have to go back to referendum to ask their taxpayers for more dollars. Otherwise, they have to cut more than 10% of their budget. So a lot of districts in the state rely on operating referendum. But again, recurring, non-recurring. I'm going to stay on the slide for a minute because it's super important to understand. The recurring, the purpose of the recurring, and I'll give Muskego as an example. It's where I lived, grew up, was on the school board. We built a large addition to the high school. So we had a debt question on the ballot for the addition because we were borrowing money to fund that addition. And we had a recurring because we had ongoing expenses. So recurring is really meant for those ongoing, we had to hire a janitor, we had to pay for the utilities, whatever. You know, it was an ongoing expense that went along with that huge addition. So that's really the purpose of the recurring. But districts many times use it just to fund their budget deficit. It happens. It is a longer fix. We did the math and we hired an intern, did all the statistics. It's about 7 to 9 years it gets you, and then you'll have to go back. And there's lots of factors that go into that. But most districts that go for recurring referendums can get 7, 8, 10 years before they have to go back to ask the taxpayers for more funds. The next couple of slides tell you the pass-fail statistics. So for debt referendums, you can see in the state of Wisconsin, more have passed than failed. Blue is passed, and purple has failed. It's about 71%. And there's 493 over the last 10 years. There are 493 facility referendums. When you go to the next slide, you're going to see a non-recurring. Again, that's the one with the sunset. So maybe it's 3 years or 4 years. Again, pretty high pass rate. In fact, this has the highest with 79% have passed over the last 10 years. I think taxpayers like to see that non-recurring because they know there's an end to it. And a lot of districts will use that as, okay, we're going to go into the next biennial budget. Now we know what that is. Go back to the taxpayers because we've reconfigured all of our numbers years later, and we've got new numbers that we're going to be asking for. So there's some benefits to that non-recurring, and it seems to have it has the higher pass rate. The recurring is at 73%. You can see that there's fewer districts. There's only 124 districts or questions on the ballot over the last 10 years. So just a little bit of pass-fail statistics. Going to the next slide, it's super small, sorry about that, but what we often get asked is, what's the better month? So you can only go in a primary or general. So in even years, you have 4 opportunities. In odd years, you have 2 opportunities. That's it. In a calendar year, you can only ask 2 questions. So districts that are going in April with 2 questions on the ballot, if they fail, they can't go back until 2023. So something to consider. But everyone always asks, what's the best month? So statistically, it's November. State of Wisconsin has the highest passage rate for school referendums on that November date, the November general election. But I don't like this slide because it's just statistics. You go when you're ready. If you're ready in April, you go in April. So again, a question that gets asked, but I just say statistically it is November, but go when you're ready. So a little bit about funding projects. And again, this goes back to a question you're going to get asked from the community. Why can't you just pay for your upgrades out of your budget? Why can't you just, put your addition on or remodel your classrooms out of your annual budget? Well, you know why. You're the school board. You understand that schools are under revenue limits. They can only raise a certain amount of revenue, and they have to educate kids with that. So sometimes, depending on the size of the project, so I have put a pyramid here, is because the boiler project, pretty much you could pay for out of your budget. The bigger projects is going to end up being funded with some type of borrowing. It just is how it is in the state of Wisconsin. So the next slide really goes through some of those funding options. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. But again, an answer to the question from the community, why don't you pay for it out of your operational funds? Well, we can. We've got a couple options. We could pay for it out of our annual budget. In Muskego, we had a $350,000 per year maintenance budget. And guess what got cut when we couldn't balance our budget year over year? That maintenance budget. So it dwindled down. You can pay for it out of fund balance. As you know, that's something that you want to protect. You have a policy, you have a bond rating. You've got to be careful with paying for facility projects out of your fund balance. You can also use Fund 46, just mentioned earlier today. Spencer talked about that 10-year capital plan. You have a Fund 46, great job. And it's a great tool to use for districts like yours who are positively aided, because money you put into Fund 46 brings back state aid the next year. So something to consider to fund capital projects, and it's kind of like a savings account almost. You'll funnel funds in there, and then after a 5-year window, you've got to wait, then you can pay for projects out of that. But really what we're talking about for the bigger projects, when you're talking about your needs assessment and your facility plan, is borrowed funds. You are going to go either to the bank or municipal bonds and borrow funds like you did for this facility right here. The facility right here, you actually are paying this debt back with budget dollars. So that's Fund 38. You did not go to the voters to pay for this facility when you borrowed those funds. There's another way to go to voters where you don't have to pay out of your budget, and that is referendum, asking the voters, can we borrow X dollars and levy a tax outside our budget, a separate tax? And that's what most districts do when they have the larger projects. So your tax levies on the next slide, this is really interesting. So your total tax levy for Beloit last year was 19 million. 17 million of that was debt, because we're prepaying debt, as you know. We did it last year. We're going to do a little bit this year. And then about 2.3 million was tax levy, which is unreal. I've never seen that kind of split. And it's because you're such a highly aided school district. So remember that I talked about last time, I talked about the pie. The revenue limit is like a pie. So the more aid you get, the smaller the levy is. But the revenue limit is the same. So if your revenue limit is 10 million and you get 9 million in state aid, you levy a tax for 1 million. And as those two numbers move, you still only get 10 million, but one might be heavier than the other. And that's what's happening here. You've got quite a bit of tax levy for debt and a smaller tax levy for operations. If we spend that full 17 million on debt this year, there's a chance that next year, when your aid comes in, it's going to be so high that that revenue limit levy will be 0 or negative. So, which is so unusual. It's such an unusual situation. We're working with the DPI on it. So we've talked a little bit internally about some options that we have. I'm not going to go into the detail now. But one thing we are going to do with that additional levy for referendum debt is we're going to prepay one of your loans to the tune of about $4 million. If we do that, we're still going to be in good shape next year. But either way, I just want to warn you guys, I'm going to show it to you in just a minute, your mill rate's going down next year. It's going down quite a bit because of the amount of state aid you're getting. You're just highly aided, and they added to the aid pot. So that brings your tax levy down. I'll show you that in a minute. So again, what I want, just one more thing on this tax levy. So the revenue, the operational referendum, so non-recurring and recurring, it's going to add to the left side. Your facility referendums would add a debt payment to the right side of that picture. Two separate tax levies. Can't stress that enough because that comes up a lot with the community.
Just, can you say that again as you're explaining the diagram?
So the left side of that tax levy is your operations, your revenue limit. It's the formula the state says this is all you can levy for operations, for a tax. If you go back to referendum for either non-recurring or recurring, that number is going to be added to the left side of the purple box. If you borrow money for facilities and you have a debt payment over 20 years, that debt payment gets added to the right, to the debt levy. So two separate tax levies. Really important to understand. So going to mill rate, and we talked about this last time, and just to remind you guys, the total tax levy divided by all the property value in the district is your mill rate. Why do we have mill rate? 1, to calculate an estimated tax bill, and 2, to compare yourself to your neighbors. So your mill rate was $10.10. If you have a $100,000 property, move the decimal over 2, and that's taxes on the school portion of your tax on your tax bill. It's that easy. So when you hear mill rate, just move the decimal over 2, and those are the dollars that you'll see estimated on your tax bill for school.
So the community member I was talking to said, I see that it's 1010, but my portion of my taxes went up 17%. That is because?
Well, yeah. Do you have a half an hour? No, it's basically what you said before. Your property value has gone up. Maybe you were reassessed and your assessed value went up more than the average. Or maybe when the school tax levy, that whatever that 17 million or 19 million is a portion to the municipalities, more went to your municipality because your municipality's value is a bigger portion of the district. There's a couple of different factors, but I can sit down with a tax bill and go over it with someone. It's really an individual, let's review the tax bill type discussion. Okay, so mill rate 1010. You guys are middle of the road when you compare yourself to your neighbors, which is a great job this year, but I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to be on the top of this chart next year because your mill rate is going to drop, and that leads to the bar chart that we worked so hard on Friday because I was trying to figure out a way to not let it drop that much, but it's going to drop next year. And it's again because of all the aid that you're getting from some of the debt prepayment. So we're looking at going from probably like 10 to 5.
So when you say we're going from 10 to 5, like you've got $10.10 per $100,000 to generate money to spend for the children for their education. And next year, we're gonna have like $5 versus the $10 that we have this year.
Yeah, so the difference between the two is all debt. Has nothing to do with operations. Nothing to do with operations. So you'll have the same operating dollars, well, not the same, but you'll have the revenue limit dollars, state aid and tax levy. You will have that money. I don't know what the dollar amount is offhand. But the taxes are gonna go way down because you don't have that referendum debt. Remember that one graphic that had the 17 million on the right for referendum? That's gonna go down significantly next year because we're paying off your debt.
Right, so then the other question is, I know like, when I'm looking at this graphic, you know, in the last 3 years, it's been around $10.30, $10.10, and that 1154 is there. But there were the years that are not on the chart, where I think it was 2 times where we were, 2 times when we under levied.
You mean
What
further to the left of that chart? Like
Yeah.
further back? Yeah, I'm sure.
2016, right. So in that space where we're looking at the deficit that we're gonna have, that is the impact of our deficit space.
I don't know if it's a deficit. So I'm just talking taxes right now.
Okay.
Your budget, I think, had a deficit, right, originally?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know what your budget's gonna look like next year.
Right. So we had 5 years ago, the board voted to under levy by $1 million. So that carry that forward is, I think, where Vice President Levy was directing the question, and we approved a budget with a $10 million deficit, projecting that forward, keeping all other factors that we possibly could the same, which we know won't happen. Cost of living increases, it would end up being about another $2 million and so forth.
So this is an opportunity for you to not let your taxes go down as much for an operating referendum, right? Because you can go to referendum, ask taxpayers for additional dollars to help fund any kind of budget deficit, and it wouldn't increase your tax mill rate. I mean, it's going to be under 1010. It's going to be under 1010, even asking for dollars for your operational referendum. And then if you're doing any kind of facility project as well, that can fit in there as well. Again, the future, that black bar that's in the future, the real tiny one that goes down to $2, that's going to fluctuate. I don't know what the state biennium budget's going to be next year. I don't know what the aid pot's going to be. So don't look too much into that future. Just know you have opportunity right now with this drop in your mill rate.
Just to clarify, the state biennial budget afforded 0 spendable dollars to public schools for the next 2 years. Is that correct?
Yeah,
My
per pupil, yep.
understanding there is
Your
right.
per pupil increase is 0, yeah.
Right, which doesn't that actually like pass the tax burden along to local taxpayers?
No,
No, it doesn't. Can you explain that a
no,
little bit?
because it just gives you less dollars to work with, essentially.
Which is what would prompt, okay,
The deficit, yeah.
gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah, this is all about taxes and what the community is paying. That's what this chart is really talking about. There's a whole separate conversation around balancing your budget. But they go together because if you can't balance your budget, you could levy more tax to help balance your budget and still be below where you were those last couple of years. Does that make sense?
Right, so once again, so what you're saying is that as we have this conversation about the opportunity, is that if we have to ask our community for money, in essence, they'll still be contributing like the $10.10 in that area, because there's gonna be a space where it's gonna drop from 10.10 to a lot less than it is now. Like you said, maybe around the $5 range. But we're already operating at the $10.10 range, and we're coming up short. But we're asking our community to not let it go all the way down, where like the individual taxpayer would kind of experience the savings, but we have less to work with to educate your children.
The last thing you said was incorrect.
Okay.
But everything else was absolutely correct. Again, the reason why it's going down is because you're paying off debt. It has nothing to do with your operational dollars. It's an opportunity because now your debt's gone, so you could go for an operational referendum to kind of replace the debt payment because the debt's gone. Does that help?
So based as like a formula spending, we have something that like, 0 times 0 is 0. We're gonna end up with a hole in a space because things are getting paid off. Like we don't have that other contributing factor because it's gonna be eliminated.
Right, your debt is going to be gone. So you have this opportunity to either add an operational referendum, which is more tax dollars to fit into that space, or improve your facilities. And we've talked about this opportunity for, it just got a little bit accelerated, I think, just because of the aid, the way the state is funding the aid pool is more than we were being conservative. So we've talked about it. It's just a little bit more pressing because, I don't think we're going to get anything in this fall, but I'm hoping for next year so we can get something in the fall of '23. So your mill rate doesn't go down to $2 or whatever. I don't know if it's going to go that low. Makes sense. I just want to make sure you guys are clear. It makes sense. You understand what I'm saying?
So if we looked at this in very simplistic terms, if we asked our community for an increased operational referendum, it would be at no additional cost to them if they're already used to paying the 1010 mill rate, but it would bring in additional operating dollars for the district to help us balance our deficit budget.
I couldn't have said it better.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm here to help.
Yeah, that's what I meant, Thank you.
That's what I'm trying to say, but she said it perfectly. Yeah. But you might see a dip. So you might see a dip down this year and then go back up. But we can message that. We can get that out to the community, say we, had a year gap and now we're going back up to 1010. Or we won't. I don't think we will, but we could.
Right, because you understand what we're trying to do is, the conversation for us and then the conversation for our community to understand what's needed so we can do what we need to do for our children.
That is what I'm going to talk about as far as next steps is the needs. We need to get a person in the seat that can help us figure out, the finances, right? And the budget forecast and what your budget's going to look like next year and what the needs will be and how we can get through 22, 23, because we'll have to, right? You're not going to be able to go to referendum likely in the fall. So we have one more year where we need to balance, and then you guys know that, okay? So this is a fluid document. We'll constantly be changing and updating, but this is what we know right now as far as where your taxes are going. I've never seen a chart like that. So it's a great opportunity for you guys. You guys are special. One thing that is new for Beloit is that you're one of the 10% of the districts in the state that you've never gone for an operating referendum. I mean, kudos. You've gotten through and you've balanced your budget and you've done a great job educating kids, and you've never needed to go. It's very unusual it's like I said, 10% of the districts are in your boat. But you have gone for 2 facility referendums. I was actually here for the 70 million. I was not here I was still in high school when you did the 26 million. I don't even know. We don't even have a purpose for that.
No, it's the high school, Beloit Memorial.
Oh, is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was here then too.
Okay. Yeah, with 70 million, you've had good success when you have gone, but it hasn't been very often. So it's going to be a huge education process for the community. And then the next slide is just referendum dates. All you need to know as a board is primary general. There's 4 in the even years, 2 in the odd years. And then 70 days before the actual election, which for April was January 25th, you as a board, you have to decide what you're going to do. You have to decide purpose, you have to decide dollar amount of borrowing or dollar amount of operating referendum and non-recurring versus so there's decisions to be made 70 days in advance. So that's important to know that you know, if you're thinking November, you got to make your decision by the end of August. So the timeline starts getting really short. So again, just some dates, and then the last slide talks a little bit about next steps. Just kind of more my thoughts about what would be some of the next steps for the board, and that is for sure to decide who you're going to be working with in terms of a facility needs assessment. I know there's an RFP out there. To get that decision made is so important, because once you have your team, which is, you know, the district, your financial consultant, and your facilities assessment, or architect or construction manager, however you guys are going to structure that, we can get a timeline put together and really start working through some of the decisions that need to be made. Of course, having a survey company on board is super important. Every referendum, not every, but almost all the referendums that we've surveyed the community, usually the season before. So if you're going in the spring, you survey in the fall. If you're going in the fall, you survey the previous spring. If you follow the survey, and Rob will talk about this, it's passed. So it's super important to have that, because it's a lot of work to go to a referendum, and if you can have the survey in place, I can't stress that enough. Maybe setting up some subcommittees or community committees to help make some decisions on what that would look like. Obviously, we want to get our person in place, review the budget forecast model. We've got a good handle at Baird. We worked through it on Friday, and we continue to work through it, but we need the team with the admin as well. Obviously, we just talked about the needs assessment, and then the last piece is at your March board meeting, I'm going to recommend that you do a portion of the debt payoff. So you have one loan from 2012 that we can just pay off. We don't have to do what's called a defeasance, where you put money into an escrow. We can just pay the debt off. It's not going to impact your aid significantly. I mean, you're going to get aid on it, but we felt comfortable with that piece getting done, because the call date's April 1. So that's just the formality. I talked to Wendy a little bit about that. And then April, May, you're going to be looking at your strategic planning survey, and I think that's what Rob's going to be talking about. May, June, if we do a defeasance, I want to wait until May or June. I want to get it done before fiscal year end, but I want to have better numbers before we do that. I don't think we're going to, but I want to keep that on the table in case we do. And then, of course, possibly that fall survey for facilities and operations. I should have put operations as well. And then possible April vote date. Again, just thoughts, nothing set in stone, just ideas we've been kind of throwing around.
Do any board members have any questions or comments at this time? Or summarizing to do? You're all out. So all of the ideas that our community will be bringing forward as we kind of commence with our strategic planning listening sessions, which are upcoming this month, and we'll be working on throughout this spring, hopefully to be completed in June. That's going to be an outline sort of for like what our community needs and asks are. So really at the driver's seat of this process is the feedback that we get from our community members. And I just really want to punctuate that point, because it's important for people to know that when we send out surveys and we'll be hosting like listening and, discussion sessions, the ideas that come to the top are going to be the vision around which we will be planning hypothetically a referendum process. Is that right?
I love that. I think that is key, is to get your community involved as early as possible, and your key stakeholders, and make sure they understand. And I'm happy to come to any of those listening sessions for a 10-minute, financial review if needed.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say thank you, and if you do come to that, be prepared. People bring their tax bills.
Bring it.
We're going to advertise that actually. No. So,
But I did want to reiterate that, the information, Baird has been a partner ever since I've been here, and I know much longer than that, but Lisa has made solid recommendations and has helped place the district in a position where the board can be making decisions where they don't feel like it's rushed or that you feel like, have we done this already? All of the things in terms of solidifying the team are things that are in process, and in part having that conversation and I actually talked with Rob at the school perceptions. So this presentation tonight was a collaborative effort with Lisa and Rob and the district in trying to put together something that the board will be able to ask all their questions. I'm glad we have community members in the audience that are relating to the information and so I appreciate it.
Okay.
thank you very
Do
much.
you want me to stay for Rob's?
Sure. Why don't you,
I will.
in case, and
problem.
with no ado, we'll have Rob is joining us virtually. Rob, do you want me to run your slide deck?
If possible, I can, if I have the permission, I would.
I can stop. I have your version that has draft down the middle, so.
Yeah, let me remove that then. I can take over.
Okay, you're running.
All right, perfect. And by the way, I'm happy to follow up on Lisa. Lisa's fantastic. There are maybe, if I'm being generous, 3 people in the state that handle, that know the ins and outs of school finance, and Lisa is one of them. And so I really value when she's a team member on the project because she's just invaluable in terms of knowing how these things work. So with that in mind, I want to take you a little bit through what we do, who we are, what we do, what we don't do, and why we are here tonight. So there are some faces on your board that I do recognize. Bill from our team and me were there in, well, I want to say maybe around April. I know it was warm enough for us to walk across the street and listen to music at the Rock right afterwards. And I wasn't wearing a jacket, and we ate along the river, listened to some bluegrass. I think it was the spring, but we were there for your annual board development tool. So I have seen some of your faces before. I do appreciate the opportunity to present virtually tonight. We are a one-car household, which is sometimes great, sometimes not. But at any rate, who are we? In terms of school perceptions, we are an independent Wisconsin-based education research firm. We've conducted, at this point, probably well over 10,000 staff, student, and parent surveys for school improvement. And those 10,000 surveys have been spread across more than 825 districts who all are doing exactly what you are trying to do, which is navigate the strategic planning and referendum planning process. We just had a birthday. We're now in our 20th year. And in those 20 years, our mission has never changed. We do 3 things for you. We help educational leaders such as yourselves gather, organize, and use data to make strategic decisions. I will be your lead project manager on this project as and when you move forward. Just very briefly about me, I was born and raised in northeastern Wisconsin. I was a high school social studies teacher prior to joining School Perceptions not that far away. I taught in Evansville. And then went back to get my PhD from the University of Wisconsin, where I studied political behavior in school referendums. What does that mean? That means that I studied why people vote yes, why people vote no, why they change their minds, or why they don't. So that's been my bread and butter ever since. However, once that teaching hat goes on, it never comes off. So I also am proud to say that I do have a stake in the staff, student, and parent side of things as well. So you'll probably be hearing my voice several times over the next couple of weeks and months. Which then leads me into a community survey more specifically. Why do a survey? There are really, I think, 2 sides to this coin, 2 purposes of survey, and I will, die on the hill of saying that neither is more important than the other. I think they're both extremely important. The first is to educate your community members on the needs of your district. And that education piece is really, really important. So, unfortunately, not everybody's a Lisa in the world and it has the nuts and bolts of school finance down. And you as a board member think about these things a lot because that's the nature of your role in the community. We are talking to people who have never once thought about school finance. and the last time they stepped into a school was when their desks were bolted down to the floor in 6x6 rows. These are people that, and this is true for Beloit, it's true for every single community in Wisconsin, it's true across every state. People don't think about school finance, nor should they, until their tax bill comes due. So we want to talk a little bit about some of the conversations that you were just having with your taxes, but also what kind of planning have you done? How did you identify these needs? What was the community stake? What was the community input process like throughout these? What are you proposing? What are the solutions to the problems that you presented, and so on? And then we would expect to do exactly what a survey would do, which is collect quantitative and qualitative data to help you make decisions. And I think of it, in a real kind of layman's term. If somebody said, do you want to buy a Toyota or a Honda? I have two cars. I would say, I don't know. Have they ever been in an accident? How many miles are on them? What's the color? I have all kinds of questions before I can make a decision. And that's the same way I approach a survey. People can't understand how to give you feedback unless they know where you've been over the last couple of months. What kind of planning have you done? What are the projects? Why are those the projects, and so on? So we will collect the quantitative and qualitative data for you to help you understand what the tax tolerance is in your community. But people have to have an educated understanding of your needs before they can do that. Depending on what that data shows, that will help you decide if and when a referendum is appropriate. And then finally, we collect basic overall satisfaction metrics on all of our surveys to help you not only see how you're doing compared to school districts that look like you, but also there's a pretty strong correlation between how satisfied people are with the district and their willingness to support a referendum. So there's lots of valuable data that comes out of that. So the outcome, people are more likely to support a plan if they both have an understanding of the plan and have a voice in creating the plan. An alternative way of saying this is people really need answers to three questions. One, where is my money going? Two, why is that project needed? And three, why is that project needed now? To do that, to collect that data, what we don't do is random sampling. We feel very strongly about this. We feel that this should be an inclusive process where every household within your district's boundaries has the opportunity to provide you feedback. What we don't want to have happen is a couple of months down the road, have somebody say, nobody asked me, nobody ever asks me what the school district thinks, they never talk to us in the community, and then pretty soon you're talking about your communication practices, whether they are true or not, and you're not talking about your referendum plans. So we feel very, very strongly about making sure, and we'll work with you to do this, to collect mailing lists and whatnot, but we feel very strongly that every household within the district should have the opportunity to provide you feedback. People can take a survey on a phone. The third icon on the right there is that what we do not do is do phone surveys. The short answer to that, and I joke about this all the time, is that I get a call probably once or twice a day that the car warranty I never bought 10 years ago is expiring. I don't pick up my phone. I never do it. People don't pick up the phone for us either. They don't know who we are, and they don't know what our number is. So we deal mostly through paper surveys. People can certainly take the survey on paper if they do not have reliable internet, or they'll certainly have the option to take the survey online as well. So who takes the survey? This is kind of where I headed next. So once people get a paper copy into their household, there's a couple of options. They can mark that up as much as they want, and that would come directly back to us at School Perceptions. We do not want you involved in that process in the name of confidentiality and privacy. People will give you more honest feedback if it's not going through your hands, so that will come directly back to us for the number crunching. If they choose not to do it on paper, they can certainly do it through an online unique survey access code. In other words, they get one chance to do it so that nobody can take your survey dozens and dozens of times and potentially skew your data. Now, we recognize that spouses don't always agree. There are certainly multi-generational households in every district. So what we will do too is provide you with some extra survey access codes just in case that comes up. But they will call the district to do that so that you would know then, hey, this person's called several times trying to get some survey access codes. Is it because there are multiple people in their household, or are they trying to pull the wool over our eyes a little bit? Usually what I see, it's about a 80-20 to 90-10 breakdown. In other words, usually about 80 to 90% of people will take it online and the remaining on paper. But we have heard anecdotally that people really value having the paper copy in their hand. They read it, they answer their question online, go back to their paper, answer it online, and so on. So what do surveys look like? It's kind of a difficult question to answer, honestly, because we'll work with you for quite a while, several months, just to make sure that your survey is highly customized based on your district's needs and unique situation. We want to talk about what that 10-10 mill rate means. We want to talk about what would happen to the mill rate depending on what projects go forward, which means that we don't pull, a survey off the shelf and say, well, this is Beloit. It worked 20 years ago, wherever, so this will work now. We don't do that. Every project is customized as they come in for you. So this appears on the front page of the survey. We have an opening letter that will explain a little bit about to the survey taker, what is this thing landing in my mailbox? Who is it from? And what do they want me to do? It's pretty short. It's about two paragraphs up top. And then following those 2 paragraphs, survey takers will see a box that looks like this, which is the process to go through what I was just mentioning. Here's how you take it online, or here's how you turn the survey to us via paper. That opening letter here, again, simple and short are things that you'll probably hear me say over and over again like a broken record player, and I will say it on purpose. Simple and short, simple and short, simple and short. We are probably talking to the people as well. I didn't know where the good breakfast was in Beloit, so I saw, I think, Jane's Cafe and one other one that sounded pretty much like it. And I saw they open up at 6 a.m. Whoever's there at 6:10 a.m. every morning, you probably know who those people are. That is who we're writing to as absolutely our audience. And we're writing for people who have no knowledge of school finance or what's been going on in the Beloit School District. So again, simple and short is what we're going for. More words is not better words. More words is more words that people do not read. And the more people don't read, the more tired they get, and the more likely they are to set your survey aside and never take it. And if they never take it, we can't get you the data that you need to be getting predictive results. We'll collect some respondent information from you. So we want to know a little bit about how different groups are supporting a potential referendum. Not only by age, we want to make sure that we're hitting all age ranges, but we want to know, are there pockets of support depending on what community that they're in, how are staff feeling, how are parents feeling, and maybe we're seeing differentiating support based on where their kids are going to school. That certainly can happen if it's a high school focused project and my kids are finishing up in high school. May not be as supportive, but at least you'll be able to disaggregate that on your end and slice and dice the data that you want. One question that you'll see here that always comes up, so I want to preempt it right now. This would happen to be from Hortonville. It says, do you live in the Hortonville area school district? A natural question to that is, well, why would school perception send this to people who don't live in Beloit? And the answer to that is really a couple of fold. Somebody could have multiple households. They may have a house in Beloit that is not their permanent residence, so they would get it. And it could be open enrolled families into the district, or it could be staff. And none of those people would necessarily live within the district's boundaries, but receive a copy of the survey. But what we'll do for you afterwards is strip out anybody who doesn't live there and just focus on the people that could potentially control a referendum in the Beloit School District. After we move on from that first page, then we'll talk a little bit about the needs or the planning or the studies, the analyzing that you've done to get you to this point. So in this case, enrollment was growing in this particular district where I stole this screenshot. So they're educating people to say, hey, we're kind of reaching capacity. Our enrollment is growing. We're going to have to do something about this. In this case, which isn't wholly different than yours, Fond du Lac had a mill rate where they could do up to $68 million with no tax increase over the net tax rate that they were seeing right there. So again, we'll talk a little bit about what is driving the needs that you're seeing in Beloit. Is it enrollment-based? Is it tax-based? Is it outstanding facilities? We'll explain that for your survey takers in a little bit again about how you got to this point. And then we typically ask a bit of a lob-up question. I like to call this the permission slip. And this is kind of how we get people to say, yep, you can explore this. And to be frank, most people will be supportive of you at least exploring a potential capital referendum. Why? I can tell you to explore till the cows come home and it doesn't cost me a dime. And the other thing is by asking a question about whether you would support a potential referendum right after we explain your needs, really kind of, to be frank, it forces people to slow down. When people see a question, they immediately think, is this where they're going to raise my taxes? And so they'll actually go up to the top of the page, reread from top to bottom, and it's really important because we really want to have people understand the needs that have driven you to this point. And then in terms of solutions, we'll talk a little bit about what you're planning to do and why. So in this case, I believe this was Monona Grove. They were going to revamp their school configurations a little bit. And this was helpful because oftentimes at the end of the day, people want to know, how much is this going to cost? Where are my kids going to go to school? And that sufficed for Monona Grove here. pretty high-level images. What we don't want to do here is show all the details of the building. That's overwhelming, and you may not even know at the time this survey goes out what all the facility details would be. So kind of high-level images, maybe a Google image shot of your school in terms of, where's heavy renovation going to go? Where is new construction going to go? Obviously, you have a great deal more schools in Beloit than some of the other districts that we work with, but images help. Pictures really are worth 1,000 words here. And then we'll get into funding support, and this can kind of vary a little bit depending on the structure of how the survey goes. But there's usually one of two ways that we typically tend to do this. And we could say, well, we have some certain projects, depending on how many projects are supported. What kind of a tax increase would you be willing to stomach on your end? Is it 13 million, 15 million, 17 million, up to 23 million? And then we would disclose how much is that going to cost you per year and how much is that going to cost you as a survey taker per month. The other thing that we'll do, and this is kind of an or, it's not an and, it's an or. The other thing that we could potentially do is say, here is our recommended plan as a board. We know that we need these. We've stripped out all of our needs. We've stripped out all of our wants. These are really our needs to keep our schools functioning. We've sharpened our pencils. We've done our homework. Would you support a referendum for X million dollars to keep our schools in the shape that you would expect us to keep them in the shape of? And then we'll answer kind of a more simple yes or no question in that case. Our school perceptions methodology. So after completing more than 125 of these over the past 20 years, we really feel confidently in our approach to surveys, and we trust them to be highly predictive. And this is a little bit uncomfortable for us because we certainly don't want to sound like we're bragging here, but what we want you to know is that I want you to leave thinking if we work with school perceptions, they're going to give us data that's ultimately very, very useful for us. So what I mean by that is over the last couple of years, we've been nearly 100% correct on all of these projects. And it's not a dozen, it's not 2 dozen, it's not 3 dozen. Over the last couple of years, we've done well over 250 community surveys. We were at 100% in 18-19, and so far 100% for this school year. And we were hovering right around 95 or 96% in the 19-20 and 20-21 school years. And I can pinpoint a couple of those, and a couple of them were because some districts chose to go to referendum well after the survey went out. In fact, a year or two after the survey results came back to them, and at that point, the survey data had just gotten stale. And you can imagine 2020, 2021 was a pretty jarring year, a pretty politically active year, and it was just too late. So, the closer you are to getting survey results to when your election is, you're in a little bit of better shape there. But I just bring that up just to say that we feel confident in our results. We're right a lot. And I want you to know that, knowing that you can trust us as we move forward with our methodology. So what could this look like going ahead? Well, the next thing you would do is review a proposal from us. And then we would begin drafting the survey this upcoming summer if we were planning to potentially pursue a referendum in April of 2023. You, the board, would approve our survey in August or September of this calendar year or next school year. We'd get the survey off to the printer, and the survey would open for your Beloit school district constituents probably right around mid-fall or so in October, November, in preparation for us to get you results well before the deadline when you have to know whether you'd take a referendum to ballot. So you would have planned to have results back to you by December, and then you can consider your next steps and whether it makes sense to move forward with a potential referendum right around December, January. Lisa was absolutely correct here. We want to have surveys open approximately 6 months prior to a potential referendum date. That's really kind of the sweet spot, both in being able to give you enough time to plan, but also being able to give you enough time to plan on the back end about whether it makes sense to go to a referendum, and to get your communication plans out there before an ultimate election date. Now, the last thing I'd encourage you to consider would be implementing a community-wide planning survey this spring, and Lisa kind of teed this up with a strategic planning survey. You certainly do not need to do this, but this does kind of work out well if you know that there's a potential referendum-based survey coming up in your future. So in terms of a strategic planning survey, what this would allow you to do is, knowing that Dan has been in his position for a couple of years now, if and when there is board turnover coming up in a couple of months in the April elections, if you put this survey out, this will give your new-ish administration and your new board members a really good handle on what the community thinks of the district. So in terms of being able to gather feedback from your community on your communications, do I as a survey taker feel you're communicating with me effectively? The culture, the leadership, are you heading in the right direction? Your academics and development, your support for learning, your planning priorities in terms of where people want you to focus your additional planning and resources, and again, your overall satisfaction. That'll kind of give you a taste of how the community thinks that you're doing in a non-referendum sense. But what we can do then at the end of that survey is kind of tee things up and say, up to this point, we have some needs in the Beloit School District. Here are what some of those needs are. Would you, again, allow us to explore potentially solving these issues through a potential referendum? And again, most people are willing to say yes to that. It doesn't cost them anything for you to explore. And usually about 3/4 of people at any given community support that. Usually about 1/4 of people in any given community, doesn't matter where they are going to tell you no on anything. Anything that it remotely resembles increasing the taxes, they're going to tell you no. But usually about 75% of people won't always love the plans, but they'll at least give you permission to move forward and think about what you want to do next. So the reason I say that is it kind of puts people on notice that you might potentially be thinking about a referendum, but also in a survey where you're not necessarily collecting referendum information, you're collecting information on how you're doing as a school district. So let me pause there, take a quick sip of water, and see what questions you have for me as the survey guy.
Does anybody have any questions or comments at this time?
Well, Rob, I want to say thank you for the comprehensive presentation of the service that you offer. Having worked in previous district where your school perceptions was used, you were very accurate in helping to predict or survey, letting our community tell us where they were going to be. So I've experienced that right on the money.
Thank you.
One question I have is I see that, so one of the practices that you're suggesting is that as we are completing our strategic planning, that you had some questions there that we kind of get some that we survey in the strategic planning to kind of include those areas prior to, if we use school perceptions, to kind of create a base or understanding of, we're breaking up the ground a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And so, and again, this is certainly not something you need to do. It just kind of happened to work out with your timeline. But if you wanted to start testing the waters this spring, you can kind of do two things at once. You can kind of feel from a general level, how does the community feel about us? So, for instance, in academics and development, the district has high expectations for students. You'd be able to figure that out. How are our staff feeling about that statement? How do parents feel about that statement? And how does the general community who are not parents and not staff members feel about that statement? And that can kind of drive your strategic planning in a non-facility planning sense. But at the same time, at the end of this potential survey, you'd be able to kind of preview and test the waters and say, hey, we're thinking about this. Would you allow us to continue to explore this? And again, most people will say yes, but it does kind of put the notice out there for people, and it can make them feel like they're in the know, rightfully, because generally when people don't know what the plans are, they're going to tell you no. Nobody says, I don't know, and sure. Everybody says, I don't quite know, so until I feel safe about knowing what's going on, they're going to tell you no. So kind of getting out in front of people, and at this point, you're not going to say what your solutions are. You wouldn't even know them yet when this potential survey went out. But if you do get somebody who can do a facility audit for your buildings in place, and if that report comes back, we could certainly say, hey, these are some of the substantial things we're looking at. Would you help us out with maybe exploring solutions to these? And so we'd just be talking about needs and issues, nothing about solutions yet.
And then a word or two about advocacy groups, once districts decide that they are going to go and they have received the school perception survey, but how do districts and the community members that are supporting the project get it done?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and one that fortunately for us, maybe a little bit more unfortunately for you, we purposefully don't make a great deal of recommendations on. We draw a pretty hard line after collecting data and reporting the data from you in the name of staying unbiased. So we've actually had referendum supporting groups ask us to come in and present the data. we've had no groups ask us to come in and present the data so that both groups could understand what the survey results said. And we say yes, because we serve as the messengers. We see us as, we don't sugarcoat it for you. We're going to tell you like it is. If we think a referendum has a chance of passing, we'll tell you that. If we think a referendum has no chance, and heck, we're going to tell you that, because we don't want you to take forward a plan that the community is not supporting. So more pointedly to your questions, we really don't do a lot of work after the survey data is done with any kind of advocacy group, yes or no, just the names for people see us as the survey people and not the referendum yes or referendum no people. There are people that do that kind of communications. There are people that are very good at it, and we're just not that group.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, so how do we get it done after the survey comes? You're going to have your team. So you're going to have Baird, and you're going to have your facility needs assessment firm that we haven't decided on yet. Typically, those firms have a really strong communications component. They have the facility, assessment skills, but they have a communication team that will get the word to the community as far as what you decided. So it's a process that the team will help you with. It's not on you guys. I mean, it's on you guys, but you have us to lean on.
Thank you. I also want to say thank you for the presentation, especially as another former social studies, high school social studies teacher. Yes, you did a great job. Always a good time. So I have a tedious question with regard to the timing of the survey being in October, November. Is there anything advantageous, or is it neutral that survey would come out around the time that we're discussing the budget? Do you have experience with that? Either Mr. Demuser or Lisa, anything to share on that point?
Yeah. So we basically share as much as we know to that point. And unfortunately, that's not the most fun answer to hear, but we can preview a little bit about what we think is coming, but most of the time we'll say we just don't know, because we won't know at that point. And we have had situations change, but for the most part, it is kind of the downside of going on this particular time. We can hold off as much as we can, but it has come up. It's come up in years past, and we'll talk about where you've been, what you've done in the past, and what you're projected to have happen. But yeah, it is the downside of that particular timeline. That said, it hasn't really seemed to affect our predictive nature, at least over the last couple of bienniums.
All right, perfect. Yeah, no, I was just kind of curious. Thank you. Did anybody else have any other comments, questions? I think this has been a very thorough and informative set of presentations this evening. Really appreciate both of your time. It's going to really help us bring the community into our understanding of what we need to do for our kids. So really appreciate both of you. Thank you. Dr. Fieser?
Thanks so much.
Yes, no, thank you, Rob and Lisa. I appreciate you two teaming up and helping to provide the information to myself, the board, the community, my teams in the back, and so looking forward for us to digest this and to hear where the board thinks next steps should be.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody. Take care.
Thank you. That does conclude our discussion item for this evening, which moves us along to category number 6 on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. At this point, would anybody like to remove any items for the consent agenda?
The minutes, please.
All right. Anybody else have an item to remove? All right. Hearing none, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 6G?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Schneider, second by Semrau, it sounds like. Is that correct? Thank you. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Great, motion passes. Item 6G, go ahead, please.
No edits. I just need to abstain because I was attending the WASB pre-delegate assembly discussion.
Perfect. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve item 6G?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, great. We have a motion by Schneider, second by Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Thank you. Motion passes 5 with 1 abstention. Thank you so much for that. Per our amended agenda, I'm going to jump down to 8A, future board meeting dates. The Policy Committee will be meeting February 2nd tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee will next meet February 15th at 5:30 p.m. Human Resources, a committee of the whole board, will meet February 15th at 6:30 p.m. Our next regular board meeting will be held February 15th at 7 p.m. Governance Committee will meet February 22nd at 6 p.m. Business Operations and Finance Committee will meet March 1st at 5:30 p.m. The next Committee of a Whole Human Resources Committee will meet March 1st at 6:30 p.m. And finally, our next regular board meeting will be March 1st, 2022 at 7 p.m. Is there any other business before we move to item 7? Any additions to dates? Perfect. Okay, so at this time, that does conclude our open session business for this evening, and I would entertain a motion at this time to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C, relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Semrau, second by Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Yes, Allison Semrau,
Aye.
Greg Snyder,
Aye.
Sean Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion passes unanimously. We appreciate all of our open business work that was done this evening, and we'll see you in closed session. Thank you all and have a good night.
You have been removed from the call. Goodbye.